Hello. Hey. How you doing? Hi Brian. Hi Rocket. Hi SC. Welcome. Thanks again, Brian. Oh my god. Am I gonna exorcise? I'm gonna exorcise. I didn't renew my gym membership though. Thanks again. Bob shall be attending today's stream.
Hey,
Good.
hello. Remember to open up the subtitle. Thank you.
It's on. Okay. Yeah, see that's like the best redeem ever. Since Pinky isn't here. I myself just started playing the legendary, the one, the only John Romero's Daikatana. Oh. I think I remember hearing you saying about Daikatana. Oh god, did I drink too much coffee? Why is my voice like keep disappearing? All good. Also, I hope you're doing good. Welcome. I've been hugged. Thanks for the hug. I kind of want to like have a bit of a schedule here, just a bit. Because there's like a few games I haven't finished that I want to finish. Doom being one of them. Doom exciting. Also, another exciting news. I got into the thing. I got into Tekken 8. I am now able to play Tekken 8, but I'm not streaming it now because it's not started yet. I haven't started the thing is not started yet. It starts at Friday 28 July 4 p.m. SGT? What's SGT? I've effectively taken over your gaming chair with my essays on FPS game. I mean, all good, honestly. I enjoy reading them. Like the sheer the sheer excitement. It's all good, no? It's all good. I enjoy reading them. I really did. Let me see. What's SGT? SGT to GMT? +8? +8 is my time. $8 a.m. Thursday, Singapore time. Huh? Singapore time? Isn't Singapore time supposed to be the same with Malaysia? Is SGT the same as GMT +8? Singapore time is consistent with UTC +8. But the Singapore time does not have an associated daylight saving time. The Singapore time applies only to Singapore. Wow. Oh, I gonna exorcise? Okay, I'll do it. Give me a second. It'll be a good warm-up for tonight's badminton match as well. And since I delayed the stream quite a bit today, which is gonna happen quite frequently these days until everything has settled down on my end. So yeah. And also this, I think 4 p.m. SGT is just the same. Singapore is literally right next to us, so yeah. I wonder why they use SGT though. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, okay. So tomorrow 4 p.m. starts with the Tekken 8 adventure. I'm a little worried. I'm very worried actually that my PC can handle Tekken 8. Very. I hope there's like graphical options that can turn everything to potato. I hope. If not, then I'll just have to like close everything, like including like all the closed captions, all the Twitch created stuff. And I'll only leave OBS on when push comes to shove. Even Discord, everything have to be closed. And maybe even like leave a 2D avatar here only. Yeah, that is when push comes to shove now. Let's hope everything is like possible. Let's hope it's possible to play Tekken 8 through like all of these. But yeah, that's for future me to figure out, but for now, let's do some workout before I start up the thing. The thing. Here, let me put it here. Is it workout though? I mean, it's just like a little bit. Okay, I'm good. Alright, let's do this. I'm here still. I'm pretty below. Alright, here we go. I'm doing it now.
Bob says euro per mil hash plus asterisk caret euro n degree.
Sorry, I missed it. Ow. Bob says what? Why is this put? Oh my god. I mean, okay, yeah, my stream is not exactly family friendly, but I don't know what you said. I don't know what Bob said. That is slightly concerning, okay? Just slightly. Are you enjoying the music? I sure am. This is the good music. This is the good shit. Oh my god. I just put on my headphones and then this happened. Hi, Ayan. Welcome, welcome. I'm so tired. Whoa. Okay, all good. I'm back. You know what? I regret doing workout. Ow. It hurts a little bit. Like, give me a second. Hope you're doing good, Ayan. Oh gosh, have I mentioned how mega hot it is today? it's not just hot, it's mega hot. Oh boy. All right, all good. I'm sweating in an air-conditioned room. That's how hot it is today. I don't know. I don't even understand how. Crazy. Information. Okay. Maybe. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm gonna take it. I'll take it. How mega hot I am. Mega hot. Okay. Look at that. Oh my god. This is good music still. Confidence booster, go. Honestly, I've been feeling a lot more confident these few months, definitely. Yeah, most definitely feeling more confidence these months. Oh yeah. I have this picture on my desktop just so that I can look at it. with ease, you know, with ease. I'm so glad. So glad I got the lizard. Oh yeah, it's gonna be very loud. Help? Ow. Encoding overloaded, it says. Dude, this is Doom 2. It's not gonna kill my PC. So good. Drugs and simping for Derek's again. Well, yeah. It's only normal when I'm a kobold, no? Oh my god, I know the stage. Some may also give you some difficulty with the key hunting. Yeah, it doesn't help when I'm so well, when I'm so terrible with like sense of direction. I don't know where I've been to, and I'm easily lost, to be honest. But it's all good. It takes time. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that a motherfucking... Is that motherfucking... What the fuck? How the fuck am I supposed to fight against this? I'm not ready. I just came in. And this happened. This map is awesome just for its novelty. Oh my god! What is happening? What? I can wall hump in here? Oh. Cool. Remember infighting? Oh yeah. So, should I just hide? Fight each other. Fight each other. Fight each other. Go. 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 Shoot them. Shoot them. Are they fighting already? Come on. Come on. Don't be shy. Shoot each other. Come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy, come on. Jeez, what are you doing? Yeah, and then look at that. Shoot here. Gosh. Don't be shy. Come on. Oh, okay, it happened. Go! Who's gonna win? Spider Brain or Goat Demon Mega? Go Demon Mega! Why are you guys fighting me again? Go Demon Mega! Shoot him! Yeah! Don't lose to my Spider Brain! Yeah! Use rocket launcher, Go Demon! I choose you! They're actually fighting each other, oh my god! Get him! Yo, they are actually mega strong, holy shit. Oh, don't look at me, don't look at me. No, don't look at me. Look at them! Spider Brain's not giving up. Oh, Spider Brain, you suck! You lost to a Goat Demon? Oh, I'm sorry, man, I can cheat. I never felt so dirty. I felt very dirty. But then again, go Demon Mega won. Go Demon Mega. This is one of those where we can almost hear the designer talking in its office like, wouldn't it be cool if there was a level where you know, what if Goat Demon fights Spider Brain? I need to wipe off the sweat on my eyes. What the fuck? What is going on? Today's just mega hot. Give me a second. There's sweat in my eye. There's sweat. There's sweat in my boots. Oh my god. You know, like I feel like I can just. Although this is definitely exaggeration, but I feel I can see the heat wave rising up. Like holy mama, it's very hot today. Put a maid outfit to use and clean yourself up. No, I like my maid outfit. I would love to keep it clean, sort of. Hi Dinari. You look nice today. Wow, thank you. Oh my god, it's flame demon. Oh my god, it's flame demon. Help. Where did it go? Where did it go? Why are you here? Who? Oh. So the way the text said when it saw me, it's just. Oh. Can you? Thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh my god. If you could describe yourself in one word, what would it be? Ooh. Mess? Especially these months when my mental health is just absolutely terrible. But hey, it happens. And I'm sure it will go better next time, or like soon. Soonish, I hope. Help! My man, this little thing, Archvile, is so hard to kill. Rockets doesn't really work against him. Who? What? Where? Oh wait, it just revived something. It revived a Hell Baron, I think. What is the stage? Oh my god, what is that damage? Wait, that thing hurts like bitch? Oh my god. Holy shit. Wait, that thing just killed me in 3 hits? Okay, just fight each other, come on. Alright, chop chop, ain't got no day. Ain't got no day. Chop chop, shoot each other. There we go, look at that, perfect. Alright, chop chop. I just feel like they are equally as strong though. Because towards the end, when Spoo the Brain died, and then I just like one-shot Cyber Demon. Which is honestly kind of cool, to be honest. The music fits as well. The music is like, funky. Oh. Ooh, I almost died. Damn, feels like this time is so hard to kill. Excuse me? Oh my god, I'm wasting so much bullets. This is good for me, right? Like, the thing cannot shoot me, I can shoot them. There we go, my god. The bosses from previous games? Yeah. Which I totally decimated the first time, I don't even know how I did that. And then I proceed to die multiple times to it. Okay, once I'm up here, I think I'm just gonna spam rockets. Like this, don't worry about it. Just spam, I don't care, I don't care. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. I should have cared. It did! Oh my god, I'm so good at this game. Oh, save. You wanna come here? 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 Oh, look at that. Bullets. Lots of rockets. It always gives me a little bit of anxiety to like use rockets in enclosed space. It's so scary. Hi Astro. Did you watch them fight? I did. It was so cool. I watched Goat Demon Mega and Spider Brain fight. One of them is using rocket launcher, the other is using heavy machine gun. It's kind of cool, to be honest. You know, you can just cue Pokemon fight, Pokemon battle music. You know, the Gen 1. And then just watch them fight. It's kind of cool. Also, I hope you're doing well. Oh! What is this map? It's just shoving me with rockets. I know that sound. Is that Imp? No, it's Meatball. Okay. Do you want me to just use rockets? I guess. There we go. They catch the winner because they are weak? Yeah, they're weak. I don't recognize the sound. Oh, is that Pain Elemental? God, this stage music is so funky. Yep, it is. Okay. Get him! Oh shit. Oh! Okay, let's not do that anytime. Ow. There we go. Okay. Look at that. Oh hey. I kinda need that though. Oh shit. Can you get down again? Can you like get down again? Because I saw like, you see that's a path. The meatballs. What caused it to go down? Or is it just like a one-time thing? It could be just a one-time thing. You know what? All good. I'm gonna get in there and just see. I did save, so it's fine. Go! Don't kill me! Oh. Ow. Oh. Hey. Oh. Wait, can you get down again? And then... Oh, this is such a bad idea. Oh, hey. Oh. Nope. 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 Alright. According to Sandy Peterson, someone requested to join Camrag, a script where at the start of a level, a timer could be set automatically as soon as the player has control. When the timer hits 0, a door closes forever and cannot be opened again. They use it in one level of Doom 2 because it's so weird. It kinda is. It just defeats the purpose of like hunting for secrets. Kinda. In my very opinion. Okay, okay, you fucks. Nope. Bitch. Bitch. Oh. My man. Didn't even stand a chance. They bully me. Okay, so this red suit inside and a button. An acquaintance in one of the streamer discords I'm in is making a Doom like, ooh. I'm gonna try and convince him to let you do the soundtrack. Oh shit, hell yeah. Best so fuck with that. Okay, press this button. I don't need to. Okay, this time I kinda know what to do. I saw something down there. Just now. You see that? I want that. Oh. Huh. I'm using it, I don't care. This is kind of a cool design. Stop! Get up! Oh my god! That is stupid. Okay, where am I? The plasma gun on Lost Souls? Deserve. I'm rocking? It's only like 287 though. Is it that much? Oh yeah, this is the start of the level. Man, definitely need more armor. Oh. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Ow, 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 ow. I don't know if you were here. Oh my god, you were 10 miles away. Die, 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 die. Huh. Where'd you come from? Nice. Make sure to save. Oh yeah, I'll save here. Seems safe enough. And I'm here getting ambushed. Kind of a move around. Alright, all good. Is that? Is that? Good shot? Hell yeah, that feels good. I'm gonna save again. Oh. I like the shotgun. Oh, not the eye again, oh god. Who? What? Where? Hi? Get up. Can I have that? I would love to have the energy cell. Oh. I don't trust this. Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised at this point, honestly. You know what? She's wildin'! Oh my god. Did that work? I mean, they're fighting each other, right? Oh, hey. They sure are. Roketu! Oh! Okay, I deserved that. I did not expect them to just rush in. Holy shit. It just rushes in. Point blank rocket. Feels good, man. Alright, all good. See, I saved. After playing a bunch of post-Doom shooters, seeing Doom gameplay feels weird and basic. I mean, games have to start somewhere, right? Oh. Oh, I'm the best! Oh my god! I tried this one, right? I pretty much only played Doom mods too. Vanilla Doom is kind of boring to me, but I do want some Vanilla Doom gameplay of speedruns of cool mods. I've been thinking about the mods that Breen sent to me, the horror one. I don't know how I feel about that, but maybe. BFG! BFG! Satu lagi! Yeah, let's go, baby. One more. That's right. Think I'm not gonna use it? I'll use it. Oh my god. My house is a cool one. Yeah. Ashes is a good one. My house is the only Doom one I've seen. The only one I played as well. And the first one. Yet to finish it. My house is a cool one. Yeah, my house is mega cool. Uppies. Come on. I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go up. There's energy cell up there. I'm alive. I can move. I'm hard stuck. Help! I'm stuck. I literally cannot move. What? This is a soft lock? Unknown soft. No, nothing can soft lock me. Look at this. All good, all good. Uppies man. No. No clip. Fuck, I could just use. Yeah, I'll not save it. It's all good. It's all good. Look, I know how to kill these things now. I'm not even gonna use BFG. I'm just gonna use a rocket. I'm impatient and no clip out stuff like that. Totally fair. Get him! Rocket 2! Yeah! Rocket 2! Oh, that feels so good. Actually, it worked out way better. But I want the energy cell though. Let's save here. And then let's try again. How do I trigger you to get up? You have to jump in to activate the switch, huh? Reach quick to the other day and found the pool. Hey, cheesecake. Jumping on the guys. Will not jump at all and get out. No clip flying. So irritating. Hello, cheesecake. First Quake 2 I played was the N64 versions, which I didn't know is like all complete different maps until way later I played on PC. Ooh. It doesn't want to get up. Okay, fine. What? Fine. That's for the loot bug from a couple days ago. Cheesecake. No. No. Didn't happen. Fake. Yip bug. No. Not the yip bug. Oh, hey. Nope. No, 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 no. Nope. No, 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 no. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. I'm holding down the button. I'm not gonna... Not giving up. I'm holding down the button. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Help. Give some space. No touchy. Oh my god. Okay, all good, I guess. Oh! Jesus fuck, what is this? Oh! I'm not playing Phasmophobia, this sound is too HD to me. I hate it here. No, I don't want to BFG them. Just use this one. They are revenants, right? Why are they just doing that? Oh! That was a bad idea. That was a very bad idea. Also, thanks, Cheesecake. I love the Turok parts. They did fantastic on those. I think they did the PC ports for Turok, but I'm not sure. I haven't touched them. Sounds like there's something that they did Turok 1 in 2015, 2 in 2017, Quake more recently. What is Turok? Is Turok something like this as well? Like what do you call this genre of game? Boomer shooters? Excuse me. Why is there Jeremy in my stream? Turok is an N64 boomer shooter. Ah! What's an N64 first person? I think it ran off an offshoot of the Quake or Quake 2 engine. Not sure. Oh! Oh, secrets? You invite Jeremy to the party? Oh god. You know what? All good. Jeremy deserves to be here. It had very limited draw distance. It was like wandering in the fog. Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. I'm saving here. Going in. Whoa. Whoa. Where is this? Oh. Why am I back here? I mean, there's still like a bunch of things around here that I could take, but I don't have red suit anymore. I wish Perfect Dark would get a true PC port. PC port fixes that, but it's still pretty mazy and copy pasted. Ah. Perfect Dark and GoldenEye on PC would be so good. You know, even though I'm 26, I feel like I'm so young since I never heard of those games. Look, my childhood is pretty much just Maple Story. Maple Story. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, sure, expect it now. There are PC mods you can emulate to get them with keyboard and mouse controls. Works super duper well. Entering, I never play any of those. Oh god. Hey, let's go, both of us. That makes the two of us. Hi, Doki. Watching the stream in the background, watching the Japanese class. Pay attention to the class, Doki. All good, pay attention to the class. It's a class. God, that is so tempting though. Maybe something here? Last time I tried was a long time ago. And mouse movement just emulated joystick movement, which limited how fast you could turn, and it was kinda awful. Oh no, that sucks. It feels like I'm mega spinning my mouse and it just moves a little bit. I hate that. I hate that is the understatement. I abhor that. Okay, back here again. Just play with an Xbox 360 controller instead. Sounds fair. I might just... I'm missing a lot of things. But I can just end the stage. Right? And 64 is kind of atrocious frame rate and input delay. Oh god, that sucks. Oh, there's something here. There's no wall humping noises. Be right back. Okay. can wallhump this one. Wait, what? There's no sound. Perfect Dark is up there among my favorite games ever. Ooh. Have you ever heard of Maple Story though? Rare did incredible games at that time. Rare is the one that made Killer Instinct, right? Or am I wrong? I'm not too sure. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end the stage here. It's okay. Save. $20? That's not bad. Oh, I did it? You are at the corrupt heart of the city, surrounded by the corpses of your enemies. You see no way to destroy the creatures and an entryway on the side, so you clench your teeth and plunge through it. There must be a way to close it on the other side. What do you care if you've got to go through hell to get to it? Damn. I tried Maple Story and there was a lot of grinding and real money transactions to buy XP boosters and stuff, so I stopped early and never went back. Fair. Although to me, I play Maple Story in a very free way. So needless to say, I spend thousands of hours into the game. And even these days, I still play a little bit of Maple Story from time to time. It's kind of fun. I even have like a level 214 Evan because there's dragons in it. So yeah. Why are there so many health? Why are they worshipping? Hey, no worship in this game. Couldn't do it. It was just like, go to area, kill some enemy over and over, move to new area. Yeah, it's just like that. I don't know why I'm addicted to it now. It is like that. Boss fight? I don't see no boss. Am I safe? I'm kinda safe here. The fuck? Wee! Ow! That scared me. Fuck. Alright, all good. Let's get in. I've seen this. Rocket didn't kill all of them, which is kind of weird. This map sucks? Oh no. I mean, it's kind of a game of chance, I think. Head to the demons. So I tried this one. I got locked in, but I think it's a good idea to clear off some of the demons there while staying safe. You're not safe here. Something like this works, right? See? Shut the fuck up. They did not shoot. I did not shoot myself. How the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. Wee! Damn, what a shot. I'll take that. Don't do it! Oh my god, you just did it. You just did it again. Don't do it! Oh my god, you did it. I hate you. Fucking hell. Alright. Oh good. Oh good. I'm not scared. Me? God no. That was loud as fuck, hello. Were they shooting each other? That was kinda cool. Don't do it. Oh my god. Okay, let's go. I missed. Who the f... I didn't see you. Where are you coming from? Not the second time, bitch. What? Ah, feck. I almost got slapped. There should be more, right? 2 health? I am saving. 2 health? Yeah. Health kits back in the beginning? Oh yeah. Okay, I got full shotgun shells. Yip kits. Again, I love the yip kits. Very important. Alright. Let's get back in. Now I can save again for real. Press this button. More monsters, probably? Oh, wow, wait, that's a lot harder. That's a lot harder to fight Revenants in. Revenants excels in huge open space because the rockets are homing. I'm glad I didn't press this one first. Alright, let's get in. Game of chance. Oh my god, game of chance. Alright. Oh. Okay, there needs to be another one. What? What? Oh yeah, okay. Uh-oh. Wait, it's a puzzle? But I cannot... I cannot press the button again. Oh. Oh, what's the point of that? Oh, Nelly. Oh, whoa, whoa, Nelly. Oh my god. Whoa, mama. What in the fresh hell? Okay. What? Oh, hi. Oh god, where's there more Game of Chance? Huh. Oh, hey. That's good. Save. Oh god. Yip kids! We got the Yip kids. So important. Save again. Right. Whew. Whew. I'm stuck. Excuse me. What a... That is mega rude. Okay, how do I do this? Go! I'm stuck. BFG, but BFG only shoots in front of me, no? Super Shotgun is too slow. Yeah, it sure feels like it. Only BFG feels like BFG or the plasma, if I'm fast enough to kill them. BFG feels a little too slow. Yeah, let's try plasma. Yeet! Wee! Wee! Let's go, that was great. Yeah, that worked out. Can I have this? That looks really good. Can I have it? Yippa, this map sucks. Yeah, agreed. Yippa indeed. Yippa. Can I? Hmm? I mean, kind of fits with this goofy music. In a cutesy way. Alright, let's try some wall humping. You never know. There just might be something. Alright, that was a good wall humping session. Okay. Oh, it just brings me back. Yip kits! Yeah. Oh wait, I got the yellow key, right? So now I can get into this door. I don't want to open it up yet. How the book? It's okay, I saved. It's weird, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So far my first impression of Daikatana is expectedly unimpressed. Yeah. I remember you mentioned that Daikatanas are kinda like out of its time. The development is like kinda slow at the time. Like they scrap the entire thing and then remake with the new engine, so it's like, yeah. Only enemy so far has been giant dragonflies, frogs, and that spit poison, crocodiles. Only? Hmm. Hi, malicious magpie. Just kind of boring. We need more variety. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ow, 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 ow. I don't do... I thought I got armor. Okay, I'm gonna save again. It's all good. And this time I'm gonna get out. Going in! How? Okay, I shouldn't be aiming the one that's so far away. But I should aim the one that's like closer to me first. Right? Like these ones. And now I can shoot those guys. I like rockets in a situation like this. It's great. Oh god, we got guns. Oh my god. I don't think that hits. I think that might be a little too far. Huh. It's a little hard. It's a little hard. Just download the sound font for this game, gonna mess around with it. Messing around with stuff is fun. Nope. There were 10,000 things shoot my way. Oh, that was a good shot. I hope this hits. Yeah, that kills. Look at that. Holy shit. Just got gipped by a door. Gipped? I'm saving here. Ooh, that feels good. Okay, saving here again. Huh. Oh, bullets. And a red key card. Uh-oh. Oh my god, that was point blank. Right, don't take this yet. Oh, there's multiple. Cool. Kinda cool they gave rockets. Oh, that would have been great. Okay, blue skull key, red skull key. I have all the keys. How do I get back? Here. Oh yeah, bullets. No secrets, and I took... Whoa, wait, I did everything. There's one more thing I didn't take, but what is it? Let me try going through the place again. Surprisingly, there's no secrets in this stage. Weird. Oh, wait, that one thing! I know! This one! How even? I don't want to waste my bullets just like... I don't want to just shoot all the... Fine. I already warhammed the whole stage. Well, not the whole stage, the whole area over there. I'm not gonna warham again. This is not the end, is it? I don't think it is. Oh, it kinda is. Oh my god. Wait, that's the ending screen, right? Oh shit. I'm saving here. That's kinda cool. That's the end. Oh. What is that? I want to look at... What is that? I can only see it here, but I can only see like a little bit. Huh. "15 minutes. This is a short stage." The what? I'm gonna save again. Ooh. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm wasting them. Whoa! Do it again. That's right. Ooh, oh my god, mummy. Alright, going up. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. I hate this, I hate this. Okay. I saw a red suit. I went in there and got blocked by a shade. You got me this time, game. Let's try again. Okay, I think that's everyone. Ooh. Cool. Huh? Cool. I cannot go back. Save. Ah. Red suit, red suit. Just move, just move. Shit, I didn't mean to take that. Oh my god. Oh shit, where'd you come from? Jesus. Oh, hey. All good, all good. Not so good. Dang, I'm missing too much bullets. Sorry, correction. I'm using too much shotgun bullets. You can never use too much bullets. Ah, crap. Ooh. That looks painful. Okay. Yeah, I might have missed a lot of things. Can I get up? Ooh, ooh. Okay, maybe not. I think I want to go there. I did save. Okay, let's go. Don't. Red key? I don't have one. Me first. Yeah, okay. N? What's the point of N? Oh, cool. Oh, I've been here. That one goes down. That one? This one? Don't see anything there. I'm saving again. Oh! That's right. Come on, Doom guy. You can squeeze it. Just go sideways. So not here as well. That one goes straight down. You know, maybe I should go down and check it. Maybe there's more to it here. If this one opens up this one here. Well, I just have to... I'm saving again. Oh god. Yeah, there's nothing else here. Oh, wait, this is the N. This one? Oh. What just opened? Okay, blue key. I think... Is it this one? I'm saving in. Help. Oh god. Okay. Cool. I got lucky. They didn't even shoot. Oh, red key. Huh? Oh, I'm... okay. I'm alive. I'm not alive anymore. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Oh my god. Don't do it. Oh. I hate it. Alright, all good. Oh my god. Why are you activated? Oh. Cool. Very cool. Yeah. I hope this is not for the loot bugs. This is not for the loot bugs, is it? Okay, I think it's this one, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna save again. 10 health, I might not be able to survive this. Oh, I can, okay. Are you sure? I'm quite sure. Don't shoot. Okay, thank you. Oh, hey, look, it's a short one. I'm missing only 2 monsters. Then I'm not gonna find them. I can sense an evil grin. Nah, no. Look, Cheesecake. I might be a kobold, but I'm a chaotic good kobold. Or even neutral good. I can never be lawful good, it's boring. But I'm at least chaotic good. There's no evil grin. Ooh, oh, there it is. Don't. And I think that's 100% everything. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. I'm the best. I got all 100%. Only took me 11 minutes? Damn, I'm getting fast. What the hell? I cannot shoot. If I shoot, I'm dead. I have 12 health. Barrels of Fun. Is that the stage name? I can't even see. It's just so fast. Oh, don't even look back, 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 don't even look back. No, don't look back, don't look back, don't look back. Get me out. There you go, have fun. Woohoo! Hey! I didn't see it. Fucking. How many times am I gonna jump in this game? Although yeah, you know, just don't look back. Monkey. Oh my god, it's Monkey Boss! It's Monkey Boss! It shoots something! Open up! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I just got mega lucky. The Monkey Boss didn't even shoot. I'm starting to feel itchy and I keep sneezing. I remember when my doctor told me that these are signs of an allergic reaction, and apparently I'm allergic to lice. Well, I wouldn't lie to the best dragon out there, would I? I don't know how you didn't kill the barrels the first time. Honestly, me too. It's okay. Don't shoot. It's shot! Go, open up! Open up! What the fuck, man? What the fuck? I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. It's shot, it's shot. Oh, did Monkey Boss die? Cool beans, I'm gonna save here. Hell yeah, because I'm gonna get all these bullets. Look at that beautiful bullets. I love bullets. And a gun. Perfect. I love this game. I'm gonna save again. You fucking ass. Okay. This fucking game, I swear to God. Oh my god. I got stuck. I got stuck. He didn't see me. Go! Oh yeah. Rocket 2. Okay, you know what? It is barrels of fun. I'm having more fun than I thought. This is great. Hi, Prog Rock Furry. It's a shooty game. It do be the shooty bang bang game. Oh my god, they're just handing out bullets to me. Oh my god. And a heal? Oh my god. It's a fun stage. Once you know how to get through everything. I mean, just run for it first. And the barrels do everything. It's like so cool. I don't like this. I hate this. I am not about this. Did I say I like this stage? Not anymore. Press it. I don't like it here. Help. Hey, Pain Elemental, can you not shoot lost souls towards me? All good, all good. Just shoot, I don't care. What is this? Bullet hell? Oh. Oh. Shoot. Another one. Fuck. Help. I require assistance. I'm gonna shoot. I don't care. You think I care? Go back to Mech 21 to get the Yip kits. God, I wish I can. I need those Yip kits. But actually, no. Look at my health. It's 100%. It's all good. How about the maps in the base game? The devs really like the barrels. Just in this stage in particular. This stage is called Barrels of Fun. So hey, it's justified. It is very justified. You know what? Fuck this. Oh, dude! Biggity bitty boom! Biggity bitty boom! I don't care. Shoot. How many paint elementals are there? Tolong, saya mau mati sudah. Saya tak mau mati. What does this button do? Can you guys not? There's too many paint elementals. Oh. God damn. I cannot dodge that shit. I'm too thick. Chain gun, minigun intended map. Or plasma rifle. Not even BFG. I feel like BFG is not even gonna work that well. Let's go. Shoot. Get him. Kill! Oh, so if I shoot something that's not the paint elemental, it opens up the door. Wow, this game is so fucking mean. Thanks, game. Thanks. Just been wanted Doom kind of skip leg day, but alas, it is too thick. You're gonna love a thick. A good thick. Never fails. I forgot about that. Oh. Come on, go demon. Thank you. Okay. Let's save here. Damn, that was pretty much all my energy cells. I don't like this. You know what? I don't like this so much, I'm gonna punch him. That's right. That's right. That's right, yeah. Yeah, you wanna get punched? You wanna get punched? That's right. Yeah, I have Berserk Pack. You think I'm scared? Fuck you. What makes you think that I'm gonna be scared, huh? You pieces. You pieces of shites. I couldn't move. Come here. You wanna try me, Guff? Come on. Look at this. Think I'm scared? Yeah, get punched. That's right. I'm playing Tekken. Huh. Huh. A bunch of bullies. I did lose a lot of health there though. It's kinda bad. Is something shooting here? What the f... Who? I don't recognize that noise. Oh no, it's a chain gunner. I don't like how the chain gunner can shoot from 10 miles away. What? How am I supposed to deal with all of those? Ooh. I got this. Okay. Oh, what? Shit, there's so many good things inside. Shouldn't have rushed. Man, this is making me want to try again. But I got so lucky because Archvile did not attack me at, like immediately. And I one-shot all these chain gunners. What? Health, 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 health. You know the health pack looks like bait. You know what I mean? It's like baiting me to go to a place. You know, like in Tom and Jerry, where Tom would just like put the small pieces of cheese and then place like a trail. Maybe something similar to this one, you know? Whoa. I see. I see. No. Did I save? I didn't, right? Okay, I didn't. Okay. Okay, this time. What the fuck? That was the most delayed I got scared ever. I was too focused. I was like, what's that noise? God, my heart's pounding. Yeah. Was someone say that it feels like Spider missed my entire with all the rockets? Oh, I didn't know. Spider brain. Hi Evie. Hi QT. Wow, you're the QT as well. Hope you're doing good, Evie. Hi. Hello, hello. Ow, fuck. I'm gonna cry. You gonna cry? What's happening? You want to tell me about it, or are you okay with? Oh God. Damn, this one is aggressive. Even up. Okay. My PC started blue screening again last night. No, didn't they fix it? Question mark? Like, didn't you like send it to someone to fix it the other day? Okay, this time I have mega armor and health. I'm saving here. I saved. Thanks. I have big brain, haha. Oh God. Honestly, I don't think he did anything as when he tested it. It was fine. He never tested GPU under use. Oh, that was kinda a little. I thought they should have done like a full assessment, you know? Shoot him! Hit the small ones first. They're not his scanners. I'm doing it! I don't like the hit scanner. Okay, that feels good. Didn't want to use too much of my rockets now. He did test everything came back clean. Oh. But I don't know, something about the hardware, somewhere is faulting. I can't figure it out. He doesn't seem to know given the info I've told him. It did it today within 3 minutes of opening a game out. When I don't get it. Why I don't get this, it was fine for 8 days? Maybe there's some sort of a faulty hardware inside. To my very my own extended knowledge about PC, I feel like there's something wrong. with the hardware, like the thing inside the PC. I don't know. I'm not. But still, that sounds very sad. Me says that while war humping, it's a little disrespectful. Safe. My thought is the motherboard. Isn't motherboard like the most important thing for PC? When motherboard breaks, everything just dies? Question mark? No, not Revenant. Fuck. Shoot him. Chain gun, chain gun, chain gun. Let's go. They are not as tough. They're just very painful. I don't like that. Oh! Oh! Fuck. Okay. Welcome back, Doki. What details would you need? Oh, details. My man, oh my god. Oh my god, you homing ass. Alright, we good. Safe. How are you? I'm doing pretty okay. A little tired. And how was your day? My day is pretty okay as well. Playing this game, getting bullied. The normal. Okay. Huh. Remember the name Tylra without looking? Hell yeah! It's amazing. And I appreciate that. Nothing springs to mind as a suggestions. A blue screen as weird uncorrectable error. It's too weird. Oh god, I have no idea what that is. Sorry, I couldn't help.
Hello, and welcome.
I present you my friend, Fliz Cola. Does this say something like this? Hello. Hi, Fliz. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. This. Hope you're doing good. Gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. Why is there something up there? He is Mexican, an old, nice friend of yours. Nice. I'm not that old. Yeah. An old friendship. Okay, that, yeah, that, you know what, that's good enough. Man, I did almost everything. One year younger than you. Oh. Hey. I'm on the right side, right? Oh my god! Go! Help! Oh. Hi, Merb. Welcome in. How's the best kobold doing? We need more kobolds. Definitely more kobolds. That should be the end. So what is this one? Save. I don't know how is the best kobold doing, you tell me? Wow! the Uno reverse. It's okay, we're both the best kobold. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it just brings me back. Okay. And she was saying before SSD, everything is ran fines. So all seen. Gonna make dinner and I'll be right back. Nice. Have good making dinner. This stage is fun. I like it. 16 minutes? Not bad. I'm getting faster. It's not 1 hour anymore. It's 16 minutes and half an hour. Meatball. Okay. What? Let's save. Raccoon attention has been capped. I mean, Donkey is also like a tech person, right? Or tech trash panda. Oh, okay. Sneaks up and boot the kobold's kill loon. Wow, okay. I'll boop your nose. Ambush? The tech trash panda. You boop mine, it's only fair that I boop yours. Oh, is that too much of a boop? No, wait, I think that boop is too strong that I Yeah, you know what? I'm just a small kobold. That boop is too strong that ow. That it breaks me. Thanks, Merp. Oh my god, I'm out of ammo. This is bad. I can use rocket here. Not trash. Yeah, trans panda. Oh my god, this is so trippy. No, so much pets. I love. Oh hey look, it's blue keycard again, it's no more skulls. I love and hate the chainsaw. Chainsaw is strong, it's good. And it's noisy as fuck. I cannot look at I cannot look at the floor. This gives me so much anxiety. It's so weird. Is it weird that I'm afraid of heights, but at the same time I love bungee jumping? There must be ways. Where? Where? Ah, there you are. You fucking meatball? Come here. Point blank. Nice. Also afraid of heights. I think afraid of heights are quite common. I'm not like afraid of heights to a point where I will just like I'll be shaking my boots. Not that severe, but I am afraid of heights. Come on, get up here. Meatball. Shit. Don't move. Don't juke my rockets. You were severe? Is skateboarding even that high out? Question mark? What's going on? I can look at the floor. What and where is moving? Oh. Rather slow, huh? Over time, I was going fast downhill, almost got hit by a truck near the direction I was facing. Jesus. Oh my god. I hate this so much. I'm trying to go like a parallel line. I'll just aim the reticle along with the line to be in the middle, kinda, and look at my weapons if I'm in the middle. If there's an enemy here, I'm so dead. Yeah. I knew it. I fucking knew it. What? Bitch! What an asshole! Alright, thank you. Alright, I'm alive. Safe. No bullets. I don't like the untelegraphed teleportation. Like it just teleports me out of nowhere without like stepping on anything. I don't like that. Me no like. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, my bullets. Okay, two should be fine. Okay. Gosh, this stage is not giving any bullets. Oh, hey, look! Oh. Yeah. I've done nothing wrong. You bully. Button. Hey. I have to do it, I have to do it. Unfortunate, no more bullets. How'd you even hit me? Okay, what's back here? Something up here? Nope, okay. I got you baited. Whoa. Only left with rockets. I'm so dead. I can't look at the floor. What am I stepping on? Huh. Huh. Good thing I saved. Okay, let's save here. I cannot look at the floor. This is so bad. I hate this. Okay, okay. We have some bullets. Enclosed space, this is bad. Okay. If I get a chance to use rockets, just use it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, okay, okay. Lucky that I got a bunch of shotgun bullets over there. Oh god. 2 semesters to right and react the way I had to was lose an arm and leg. Then to go to university on skateboard. It does sound kind of scary. Oh. Whoa, Nelly, why is it suddenly a horror game? I can't see shit. Okay. Mmm. Mmm. I mean, I don't really know how to skateboard. So like most of the time I still prefer walking. But of course that's to me personally. I like to use bicycle as well, but over around this neighborhood, it's close to being impossible because every corner has like wild dogs that's trying to bite you all the time, and then there's no like pedestrian walkways, so that when I'm doing bicycling, it's either cars will honk at you because you're like cycling even at the side of the road, but you're still like in the middle of the road. It's just bad in general. Hi. Thanks. Oh my god, this map is so trippy. What even is the purpose of being here? I'm saving. Put me back here? Really, game? Really? Okay. I see. Okay. Alright too. I see. I'm using rocket this time, okay, you little shit. That's right. Not this time, bitch. Oh, they missed. Oh. I'll watch that clip afterwards. Thanks for the clip. Whoa, my god! I'm like 20% dead. Oh my god. I'm exhausted, so nap time. I'm like, can steal all the points. Steal all the points. Sure. Have good nap. What? Whoa. Oh, oh, damn. Okay, bullet too. Very nice. Why am I having red suits again? Oh my god. Who what? Okay, all good, I guess. Cool. Whoa. Okay, good. I am getting bullets back, and this is a good time. Did I get like a new key card or something? I'm saving. For 4 bullets, I'm taking it. It's so important. 4 bullets can make a big difference. Shotgun bullets, by the way. When I fall down here, I'm just curious. I'm gonna try. No, it's a hole, but it's not big enough for a hole. Okay. Oh, how do I get back up? See, the thing is, I cannot look at the floor. I'm pretty sure, like, down there has, like, a teleportation of some sort? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god, oh god. Is that... Oh! Okay. It's a teleportation? Oh, there's a rocket launcher there. Okay, I want to get that. Here, jump down slowly. Look at that. Gosh, I'm not too sure where to go. Oh, okay, I know what that is. Okay, okay, okay. Welcome back, doggy. God, I can't look at the floor. It's so weird. We connected. I make 2. Oh shit. Quesadillas. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Or maybe I'm right. Quesadillas. Oh, is that how you pronounce that? Okay, okay. Or quesadilla, yeah? But there's no Y there though. I mean, who am I to like question a language? The second? Okay, okay. LL works as a Y. Excuse me? I can think of is see if it can maybe update BIOS. Traveling is a faulty motherboard. I'm just gonna wait for it to get up. So bolo is boyo. 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 Nothing better than dinner. Quesadilla and choco milk to drink. Choco milk? Oh my god. Chalky milk? Chalky milk, great. Chalky milk is almost worldwide known, of course. I hate it here, I didn't save. I didn't save, curse you, game! Curse you! Where did I last save? Oh my god, okay, okay. So if I remember correctly, there's like a few things I did. Here, like, one of these. One rocket, and then the doors here. And then we go here, there's like a bunch of... Oh wait, we did this. Okay, okay, we did this, so I was lost for a little bit. There's this rocket launcher here. There's a teleporter we don't need. What about this one? Get the rocket launcher. Nice. Wow, 3070. That sounds really strong. I cannot wait to play Tekken 8 tomorrow. Fuck. My brain is all Tekken 8 right now. I cannot wait. I have to wait until tomorrow 4 PM to play, and it's like, fuck. I want to play Tekken 8. I got chosen too. I don't want to wait this time. Okay, this time I'm gonna save here and... Okay, that worked out. Different motherboards might be incompatible with different components. So a certain motherboard can only support a certain hardware? That's the most technical thing I ever seen in my entire life. Holy shit. Wow, that was short-lived. Meatballs? That's a mega sphere. Nice. Ooh. I hate it here. Oh gosh. Super Shotty is pretty strong. And a Berserk pack? Don't, oh my god. So once they say those weird things, they shoot. They say like whatever the fuck they say, they start to shoot. Huh. Hi. You know what? I have punch. My punch is pretty strong. I'm playing Tekken. Let's go. Yeah. Get punch. Get punch. Let's go. Yeah, that's right. Hey, man. Alright. What a combo. Did the double electric into screw into hell sweep? Hell yeah. Oh, hey. Wow, that's so nice. I'm saving here. What is this? It's a teleporter, right? Oh my god. Time to explore below. Dang, they're just putting bullets down here. This one? Oh, nice. Okay, take one first. I think I know what this is. This is where I got the rocket. Okay. Okay, so I don't think I need to go into any teleporter. Every single teleporter seems to bring me back to the same place, which I think it's like to save myself once I'm out of like the rat suit. Nice. Is that everything? Okay. Good timing. This is about my limit of tech talk today. Brain is melting. Been up for 15 hours. Oh god. Kalfira. Oh my god. Hi. Good. Kalfira, someone's bullying me. Help. Help. Also, I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. The chasm isn't like the... I mean, this stage is hard. I would much prefer Barrels of Fun. That was truly fun. This one, I don't even know where the end is. I found all the secrets though. Forest Guardian Home is my server. My first ever character of my own is a Forest Guardian, so hence the name. But slowly and surely I became a kobold. Yeah, no. Okay, I've been here. I think I'm also going to sleep now. A few strings. I was able to go get depressed a lot of times yesterday and today. It kind of happens to the best of us most of the time. but still, all the best for you. Ooh, bully stream, throw everything, rope stream. So it looks like YouTube poop funny. Bully streamer stuff isn't for me, but it's so popular among furries. True. I don't. It's just bullying streamers. Like, I take it as a fun little thing to do. For me personally, I don't feel being bullied. It's just a little thing that I just, you know, just for funsies. And after doing it for a while, I can see why that's kind of popular among furries. Yeah. I kind of see it. What if? I'm saving. Oh, I'm so good. Why do I even use the red key? Oh my god, I hate this. Yeah, at least straight line is not that much of a problem. Straight line is fine. Hmm? Gosh, why even? Yo, so nasty to design the map, the chasm in her shower. Oh my god. I almost fell. Oh, there it is. Gonna sign off for now. See ya. Okay. Have a great day, Prog Rock Fairy. Appreciate you stopping by. Oh my god. You know what? I'm not even gonna complain. At least the game does this. Yeah, there's gonna be enemies in here. No way? I'm saving. I don't trust this. Wait, what? No way, no way, no way. I don't believe this. So funny. No click through the map and got stuck. Oh my god, that is... I'm just gonna go through. It's all good. I'm only missing a few monsters, that's it. And a few items, that's it. Just join the Discord server, say name. Alright. Be sure to read the rules so that I can give you a roll. So that you can access the full everything inside the server. See? At least I found all the secrets. I'll take this. I got a lot of bullets as well. Sneaky. I don't like this. Thank the favor on the stream, thank you. It's just something that I just kind of want to be a little bit strict. Because some of my server got scammed before, so prefer to be a little bit stricter on my part. Rather than just have too many randoms joining my Discord server. I think that's fair. I'm gonna save. You want me to do Leap of Faith? Okay. I hate the Leap of Faith. I can't even look down. Whoa, Nelly, wait a minute. I'm spinning, I don't care. Fucking hit scanners, how do I even shoot them? Oh my god, the hit scanners are killing me. Slowly. Okay, I have to kill the hit scanners. Which one was it again? Plutonium? When another secret, yeah, I'm Wow, I'll take it. That's a good secret. Bye for real, bye y'all. Hack those demons up, yeah. If you hate chain gunners and revenants, Don't play Plutonium, oh god. I mean, revenants is fine. I just don't like chain gunners because they can shoot me from... They can shoot me from where I cannot shoot them. You know what I mean? I'm sure you know what I mean. You're like mega strong in this game already. I'm sure you know what I mean. Wait, this is different. Why is this different? There's gonna be 10,000 ambushes. I don't trust this. It's too quiet. That is rather tame. Okay. Come here. Thank you. My ears are bleeding? What's going on? Okay, that's stupid. Come here. Oh, you... Hey, I see something good. Asshole. Alright. Red. Oh god, I missed. You know, not being able to look down still mess me up most of the time. It's worth for the bullets. Okay, it's so worth. It's so worth. Nice. So there's nothing here other than just this? Really? Hmm? Where you come from? I know I'm saving a lot because I learned my lesson the hard way, okay? Too many times. Oh shit, I didn't mean to be here. Oh god. Which one is the one? This one? Okay, there it is. Nope. Alright. We're here again. The hellhole. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck. Chain gunners. Where do you guys come from? Oh my god. Ooh. They are shooting something else, it feels like? I'm saving here. I survived. Who the fuck? Oh, down. Oh, up there. Okay. Okay, no. Permission to throw out the pro tip? Yeah. And tip me up. Tip me up. Okay, up here. Fucking chain gunners. Let's kill. Chain gun, when you tap instead of spraying, has no projectile deviation. Great for sniping fodder units. Chain gun can like snipe. Don't spray it, so it would just be like almost almost 100% accuracy. Oh, it just snooper then. Oh my god. Eat a snooper. Yep. Ooh.
Ooh, shiny.
Shiny. The yip noise. Oh my god.
Ooh, shiny.
Can I? Whoa. I am speed.
Yep.
So much shotgun shells up there. I should just use all shotguns. Good to know. I'm just gonna use shotgun for now. Okay. I think Doggy went to sleep. She's not feeling too well, I heard. Finally, some energy cell. Nope. Why are we stuck in air again? We stuck in air? I couldn't believe you did that. Well, gosh, diggity dang, look at all the shotgun bullets that I got. Stinky. What? E? There's no E. Oh, I know this place. Whoa, that hurts. You like the E though? You have to like gamble for it. Only Ouch has E. Gosh, I'm gonna save again. Maybe there's something here? Nope, okay. Straight, right? Oh, wait, I'm stupid. Where do I need the blue key again? I don't remember. It's okay, let's run. Ooh. All good, all good. It should be somewhere around here. Who? Really? Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay. Behind the waterfall. In this case, behind the blood-the-fall. The classic. Maybe it's up here? Oh. Oh my god. The gun you're holding is not even a big door. Let me try this. If this thing dies, it's real. Oh my god, that's so good! That's so good though! Yeah! It shoots that far away even if it's not red. And it still hits! Oh, that's huge. Oh, I like that a lot. Shinapion. You know, at first I thought the shotgun is a sniper, but no, it's a chain gunner. Your favorite with dealing with hit scanners that have range? Yeah. It certainly feels like a great way to deal with hit scanners, yeah. That is very good to know. You know, it's funny when one stage I have no bullet, and now I have all the bullets in the world. Oh my god. I know what that is. Don't do it! Oh my god, don't do it! Okay, blue is safe, blue is safe. Red is pain. Oh! Oh my god. That's so low. Oh, yo! Kill them, kill them. Why are you killing? Oh! Whoa! You're so fast! Oh! Good thing Cobalt is faster. Is that the end? Oh, I didn't even found a single secret. Cobalt is cute. Cobalts are cute, yeah. This has to be the end, right? What is this sound of enemy? What? A secret area is just... That's a secret. This is a secret. Okay. Okay. Alright, okay. Now, you know what? If it's a secret, it's a secret. If you say so, game, I'm just gonna go back and take the bullets. Don't worry about it. See, there's so many things I can take. Yeah, just get full bullets. That feels so good. Nice secret. It's a mega nice secret. Wait, didn't I found like a secret behind waterfall? Is that not a secret? Why can't I interact with this? Okay, I tried. Yeah, you know, one secret is good enough. I'm okay with having one secret. That's like 50%. 50% of secret. I don't like it. I still enemies around here. What the fuck? What do you mean? I still hear enemy. It's here. At least according to my ear. Wait, how do I get there? What? Yeah, this one goes here. This one? Huh? No, 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 no. No, I'm good, I'm good. I already have so much bullets. I'm okay with just ending the stage here. Look at that. 102? Oh, the thing revived something. I'm so good. It's no more an hour stage. The what? I think we have time to read. Oh, no. This is my safe space. No touchy. Hey! I just randomly feel like wall humping and I found a secret. Don't quote me on that. That sounds wrong. Yeah, I think it's just a good idea to like not spray too much in general. Just press it slowly. Oh. Oh my god, that feels so good. Red suit. Not the meatballs. Come here. You know, I like the meatballs when there's bullets. When I have bullets, I like the meatballs. Oh my god. Alright, that feels good. Especially I want to get that plasma rifle. It's fine. That's a nice secret. What? Oh god. Who the fuck? Oh god, I'm wasting bullets again. Oh! Okay, okay, guilty. I didn't check my health. I didn't check my health. Where's the red suit? Alright. Wait, that's it? Wait, what? It's two different ones? Oh. I got it. And I got a cell pack. What got me stuck? Game, you meatballs, you were way above me. Oh god. This is kind of bad for business. Ooh, oh my god. I'm bad. Get it. Get that. All good. Get that energy cell pack. Then here. Move around. Shoot. Not the Mon Cuba. Oh. Ooh, point blank. Okay. That could have gone better than this. But I can save here. What? Who? Who? God damn! You can just stay there? Nice. Who? Hey. Uh-oh. What? Oh. Dang, the sniper is too good. Oh god, I just stood there and took it. Oh. That's a little scary. Oh, that was right in the middle. 69 health, we take those. Wait, wrong gun. It feels like the Cackle Demon knows what the range of my longest gun and like what my like furthest aimable, shootable range is. It reminds me of like the old NES games where the enemy will always be at your worst angle possible so that you cannot hit them without taking a hit from them, or like you cannot hit them at all. That shit used to pisses me off so much back then. Oh. I'm gonna assume that teleporter is like to help me get back up, but I'm gonna try anyway. Yeah, okay.
No.
No, that's not for the loot bugs anymore. No, no way. Whoa. Oh wait, this is where I came from.
No.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Oh my god. Nice. I have the sniper. It feels so good. Ugh. Oh my god, cheesecake. Look. Oh! You dick? Not you, cheesecake. Oh my god. Oh wow. Nice. It's always been a loot bug. I did not hurt them. Oh, hi. There's a secret area? What did I get? What? Is there a living Cackle D? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, okay. I get it. Alright, meatballs. Alright, meatballs. Okay, meatballs. Oh, they're coming in! Not the meatballs! We've been compromised! They're doing breach and clear! I'm gonna die! Oh my god, not the meatballs! The meatballs, they're in! Woo! Alright, no fear, look at that. I'm so good. I have no health though. Ah, okay. Let me try again. Save here. Go! Don't kill me! Okay. Alright. Whoa, mega armor? I kinda want that now. Don't kill me. Oh, lucky. Save again. Go! Wow. Oh, wow. That could have been nice. Keep blue. Oh. Is there a way to get that? I don't know what that does. Oh wait, this medkits I saw. Give. Alright. It feels good. Hmm? Isn't this a starting area? Huh! No, I didn't say. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, Doom? What do you mean? You... Ah, I see. I didn't think Doom would actually crash like this. Fuck you, Doom. What do you mean? I don't like it. The Doom is actually bullying me. I can't believe it. God damn it. Okay, okay. It's the first time too. Doom just crashed like that. Jeez. It's so weird. Ow. Oh god, I forgot how loud that is. And also this one. Is there graphics settings for this game? Can I lower the graphics? I mean, it's like, it's already as... Whoa. Give me a second. Dang, I didn't even have time to mute my microphone. It was a wrong number. Oh hey, look, I know this stage. Oh yeah, I know this place. Okay, I know what I'm trying to do. Get the mega armor. Very, very nice. And we go back. Get the medkit. In here. I didn't mean to press that. Yeah, this locks it. That locks it, but why? What's the purpose of locking the door here? Did it open something else? It sounds like there's two things activated. Oh. I swear to God, this game. What? What? Huh? Oh, is it from below? Okay, okay. This one? Oh, look. I think I know this place. What? I am so confused. What the fuck is even going on? Is there a red suit around here? No? Can you open it? Thanks. Oh, wait. What is that? What does that even do? What? What? Whoa! What the fuck? What is the stage? What is the stage? Okay, okay. Don't worry, no panic, no panic, alright. No panic. Everything is fine, no panic. Oh, okay. That's the starting area, I believe. Save again, because I don't know what I'm doing anymore. How many things? 2 secrets. Ooh, I'm doing pretty well, okay. Going in. Oh, the sniping method is so good, oh my god. I love chain gun. Chain gun's so good now, because back then I just keep holding on the button. And it just misses entirely. It's like, huh. Well, it doesn't miss entirely, but it's just like... I think I need to close the curtains. Do you want to see magic? I mean, you guys cannot see it, but I'm moving my mouse mid-air. This is mid-air. I'm moving my mouse mid-air and my mouse still works. Because the sun is so hot. that it counts as the mouse moving. It's like, what the fuck? I don't get it. Alright, let me close the curtains real quick. Okay. Curtains has been closed. Now I can play the game. Let me see. Okay, it's fine now. I get a wall hump? Wait, what? For the bullets. What? Oh. Oh my god, I hate this. Oh, they just bring... Oh, okay. So this one must have like some sort of a teleportation. But I saw like, you see that there's a hole there. Stay away. Hmm? Haha. Okay, I don't have yellow key. I have, however, red key. Red... I don't even remember where I need to use the red key. Oh wait, that's a blue key. Okay. Don't worry, I found it. I'm so clever. Nope. Is there something behind me? How even the hell did you get behind me? Oh. I almost died. I almost died. I saw like a bunch of shotgun shells here, that's why I'm using shotgun. I mean, shotgun can kind of snipe. Not as good as the heckin' chain gun, but it works. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Not this time, buddy. Stop. Wait a minute. Very dangerous. Gosh. Whoa, since when there's like one that's so close? I don't see. You see what I mean? They're moving like just the right amount of range so that I cannot have my reticle become red. I don't like that. It forces me to engage, and I'm scared. I'm supposed to be the one that has the gun, that has infinite range. Okay, yellow, yellow. I believe I've seen yellow multiple times. No, this is the starting area. Yellow. Ooh. Is it here? Nice. Safe. Oh, we're making good progress today. Max items? No max secrets. Yeah, I feel like I'm progressing a lot faster than before. I mean, part of the reason is that I don't even need to use chainsaw as much. Whoa! I'm gonna regret this. Nah, that works out well. What, no ambush? No way. Oh, nope, there's... That's a doom I know. Oh. You! Oh god, they still did it. Wow! For a rocket, I'll take it. Oh. Huh. Yeah, why am I not surprised? Chain gunners. Ooh, that feels good. No ambush? Oh! Okay, I think they're fighting each other.
A cutie yip.
What?
A cutie yip. A cutie yip. A cutie yip. A cutie yip. Yip. Cute, cute and more cute.
Yep. I mean, I only know how to yip. You're cute too, Evie. Thank you. Huh. Shotgun should do the trick, right? Shotgun works in enclosed space. No. What the fuck? Look at that. Something up here? Okay. Oh, whoa, 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 hey, 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 whoa, 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 hey, hey, hey. Ugh. Oh my god, oh my god! Where do I hide? Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no, not this one. This one? Yeah. I should. You think I'm afraid of you? I am invincible. Touch me. Why are you touching me? Wow, rude. You cannot just touch it, the kobold. That's right. Wow. I never felt so powerful in my entire life. Unleash your power, cube them all, with yip them to death. I did it. Wait, I have maximum cell? Shit, I didn't even notice. Nice armor, yeah. Good job, yeah. I can't just keep getting scared like that. I'm taking this one. Whoa. This is a fun area. Although there's one small thing that I don't get is that sometimes it's skull keys, and then sometimes it's key cards. I mean, sure, there's a difference, but functionality, there's no difference, right? Oh, there's gonna be an ambush. I feel like I know Doom too well at this point. Yeah, these guys are not as bad. Let's save some bullets. Not when there's so many. Yeah. Yeah, I need to save some bullets now, especially the shotgun. I think chain gun is still fine, bullet-wise. Whoa. Like amplification visor? I don't need that. Huh? Wait, how did that trigger? Oh, okay. Whoa! Spin! Holy jeez! Wow! That's not the guy I'm looking for. It's okay. Mmm. I mean, a little too late, but I'll take it still. Mmm. That's probably gonna crush me. Probably. Most likely. It's so cold today. Is it like the weather around there very cold? It's July. It should be summer, right? 14? Oh my god. Yeah, 14 is what? Has it always been this dark? Or did the game bug somehow? That looks mega jank. Man, 14 is mega cold for us. I mean, especially in Malaysia. I believe I mentioned this multiple times before, right? Or 57F, I don't know which one you use. I use Celsius. I don't know how F works. Or Fahrenheit? Yes? It's Fahrenheit, right? Stop! I cannot be this jumpy. I'm too jumpy. Okay, I'm too jumpy. Yeah, now I can see again. I just use Google to convert. Oh. I mean, yeah, ever since I was born, I never seem to use Fahrenheit at all. Why are you telling me to go here? You're telling me to go left? You cannot tell a kobold what to do. That's right. Yeah, what you gonna do about it? I'm saving. Oh, whoa! Wait a minute. Okay, good thing Revenant dies quite easily. Okay. More? Yeek. Maybe don't shoot homing rockets at me. Whoa! Where do you come from? Sorry, I didn't need to shout. Oh my god. What the fuck? That is way too homing. I shouldn't be shouting. I was too loud. But this scared me so much. Don't shoot rockets! Oh my god, I missed. I got slapped from behind and I'm dead. I got pincered twice. The AI is very clever, huh? They think they're very clever, huh? I will kill them. I will kill them all. Oh yeah, this is bad. I didn't mean to trigger all of them. Yeah! I didn't mean to trigger all of you. Oh my god. I missed. Don't shoot! You shot! Oh my god. You shot! I cannot believe it. Okay, this time slowly, alright? We don't trigger all of them at once. We take it slow, okay? Yeah, look at that. And the biggie. Boom! Look at that. Oh my god. Okay, perfect. That was beautiful. I'm saving. Oh no. Oh no. It's okay. This kobold very persistent. I mean, safe to say that I'm mega persistent, kinda. But... Even not. Okay, that could have gone a lot better. I'm saving still. It's okay. Yeah. Don't. Hey, okay, let's go. That was great. That was great. One last one. I'm saving again. Oh, that could have gone better. I have no place to hide. Stop. Shoot. Go. Ugh. Right, that was good, that was good, that was good. I mean, although I'm like out of armor, which is kind of bad. No blue skull, okay. I'm saving again. This is such a big empty room. I don't like this. You know, usually in big empty rooms like this, it just means boss. Am I right or am I right? I cannot interact with this. Something triggers? Hmm? Oh! I'm saving. I know I'm saving quite a lot. Please excuse me. Wait, is there a button inside? I pressed it. Press it? Oh. Oh wait, there's something up there? Hi Narix. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay. I knew it, fucking. Although this one is not as bad. Yeah, it's not as bad. I don't trust the different colored flooring. much, too much. Oh, okay, that's what it is. I don't like this. There's no way there's empty here. Once I take that blue key, a blue skull key, shit's gonna happen. No way. Am I getting jebaited? Maybe I get ambushed way too many times. I'm just expecting all the key items will be just an ambush. Okay, yeah, I spoke too soon. Can I interact? Middle? Teleport? Where am I? Rocket 2! Damn! Oh my god, it's so red, I can't see shit. Ah! Did I save? I don't remember. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. So, good to know that there's nothing here, to be honest. Oh shit, I walked into it. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Heal. Nice, nice, nice. Let's try the plasma gun against the monkey bar. Save. Oh my god, 8 health. Height. They could shoot me here. I walk into it. Okay, I have a safe spot. I have a safe spot. Kinda. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's relatively safe. Actually, scratch that. It's completely safe to stay here. Yeah, that's perfect. Isn't this just the same place again? What? We just the same place repeated. This time, one more Doom Orb instead of Blue Skull Key? Yeah, that did nothing. And now this doesn't do anything. Can I interact still? Ooh, there's something behind. I don't know.
Yep.
Huh? Oh god. What? Am I stuck here? No way. I can wall him down here. Huh? I hate it here. Huh. Huh. Good shot, good shot, good shot. Ooh, spin, 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 spin. Can catch me. Can I catch what you cannot see? Wee. I am mega speed. Point blank. Oh god. Come here. Wee. Alright. I remember this being a problem. Was it soft lock? I can't remember. I almost thought it's a soft lock, and I was tempted to just reload a save file, and that's it. But then again, this is a base game. They should have tested it, right? Because the Revenant Closets, that's the textbook Bone Zone. Biggest meme of this game. Oh. I'll take this. But then again, there was like the library area, and then there's like 3 revenants just above the closet, and they just slowly gets down. There was like 12 of them. It's like, huh. So 20, yeah. Exactly that. God damn. Not the monkey bar. Monkey bar. Yeah, fight each other. I'm gonna hide. Hey, man. Who? Okay, you fuck. I deserve all the damage that came my way. I deserve it 200%, okay? I should have died there, honestly. I should have died there. Fucking hell. Okay, all good. Don't worry about it. Virgin succubus? Chat moncubus. Virgin succubus? Is that what you call revenants? Revenants are virgins. Shiny. There's no shiny yet, but... I mean, the floor looks very shiny. I'm gonna die. What is this? Just the typical succubus is most of fiction? Yeah, okay, I get it. Huh. 7 do. Oh my god, what is this? Goop. Okay. 哎，斗龙啦！他妈的，我要讲过这个死鬼东西，那门开到这样慢。Okay, so the middle is the door. How about this one? I don't care. Okay, so middle door. Take it. Oh my god! Open up! Thank you. Yeah, thanks, game, honestly. Yeah, it's all good. Don't shoot! Thank you. That's all I asked. Do not shoot. Okay? No! I have 1 health! Thank you. I'm saving. This is a small case of deja vu. I remember playing with only 1 health with no bullets. Man, what a time. I'm saving again. Something here? Nah, I think that's it. You... Oh, you fuck. Oh yeah, there it is. All the Revenant area. See? This one? Ooh. Yo! I have 1 health and a dream. Oh, 1 health and a dream. I should just get this one first. God damn it. Okay, all good, all good. You know what this reminds me of? A squish room. A GG? Hell yeah, that was great. But like, you see all the squished corpse down there? Am I gonna get squished? I'm calling it. I'm gonna get squished, but I'm so... Oh, I mean... You... You bunch of fucks. That's it. I'm just gonna shoot. I'm just gonna shoot. Okay. Kill. Oh my god. I mean, at least I didn't get squished. I'll take it. Okay. Wasted too much bullet in that. Chainsaw here? I don't think it's very useful. Can I chainsaw paint elemental? I mean, I can. I'll probably die for it. Kill the gold demon! Come on, aim at the gold demon. Woo! Help! Oh my god! Whoa! Whoa! You're in the zone where you can look at me everywhere. Yeah, fun. Kill the elemental first. Kill. Shoot. And then a BFG. Oh my god, that feels so good. Gosh, diggity dang, all of them just fell in one shot. Gonna love the BFG when it works perfectly. Gosh. Okay, down there is bad news. Down there is very bad news. How am I supposed to go against that when I have nowhere to hide? I mean, maybe if I don't jump down and just shoot them up here, I'm better safe here. Let's try it. Open up. Oh, I forgot to get up. Okay, this is bad. Stop! Oh my god. Okay. And then we have the thing. actually gonna kill with this one. Oh, maybe with this. I'm just gonna use this one. Go! Die! Die! That's fucking good. Wait, I know this wood. This wood is in my house, not wood. Remember the wood outside the house where you can just interact and one of the wood will open up? Oh my god. I recognize this particular wood. It's the one that you can open up and then reach like the gas station. I kind of like it. Actually, I like it very much. Alright, can I get back up? There, I think I'm supposed to be here. Yeah, okay. Alright, how about this one? Oh, wait, what? Go, 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 go. Whoa! Oh my god! Whoa. A bullet nation? Oh, wow, okay. That is really good. Can I have more? Can I like have a little bit more bullets, please? No, hi Bailey. I know you. Congrats on coming out recently as well. Yeah. How you doing, BB? Hi, Nan. Oh, the Kobo. Let's go. Kobo is here. Hello, hello. Existing. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, okay. That's it. Okay, okay, okay. Huh. The game is getting really hard. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. How's Doom treating you? Treating me pretty okay, honestly. It feels like the more I play this, the more I feel like I'm being okay at Doom currently. You know, originally I'm not that good at shooty bang bang games, but now, yeah, I'm feeling I'm quite okay with aiming. And it's mega fun. Oh, oh my god. Buddy, isn't it early for this? Isn't it a little too early? Oh my god. Oh my god, help. I'm sorry if I ever said I'm good at this game. I'm not. Wow. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. You. A bunch of bullies. How is Wonderland shooty bang bang? That shit is too hard. But I'm trying to build a more melee oriented gameplay. I want to play a little game. There's a closet that may contain more than one revenant. Let's see if I can. Let's see if you can find it. You mean in this stage? There's more than one revenant? What do you mean more than one? It's gonna be like 10 of them. I'm scared now. I can assume it's like some sort of a secret area. I mean, even the music is just intense. Oh, I do not trust this. What do you... I can still open the door. Can you say I deserve this though? Do I deserve this? is the question. All good, all good. You know, I'll take it. I get some bullets here. Whoa, oh. Oh. Wait, there's a button. I don't like dark. It scares me. Yee? In the room like that, understandable. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm just afraid of dark in general. So sometimes I'll sleep with the light open, and all the time I will sleep with music open. Pure silence gives me a mega anxiety. It's a little weird, I get it. Actually, I think it's kind of weird for me to like behave this way, but I don't know. I don't know if it's like a common thing. Probably not. Hi, Brecky. How was stream? How was your Super Mario World? Hopefully you had fun. Whoa, oh my god. I don't like that noise. Oh my god, I don't like that noise! Oh my god, help! Not in the open space like this. Oh my god, jangan, saya mati sudah, tak mau. Okay. Tolong saya, oh my god. Woo! What the fuck? Excuse me? Why am I back here? Why did I not save? Oh! Kill! Alright. Arch vials. Yeah, that's what they're called. I keep forgetting. Open up. I'm curious about here though. Let me save again. What did I do to deserve this? I'll spin. I'll spin to win. If I'm speed, nothing can kill me. Point blank. I shot the... I don't know if I'm shooting anything. Oh, good. Oh, that worked out. Can I come here? Okay. Sleeping with the light on is fine, I understand it. It just gives me a little What's the word? Reprieve, I guess? No! Not my mom! Alright, thank you. Mancubus. So weird. Now we can play Tekken. Gosh, I can't wait to play Tekken 8 tomorrow. I got chosen for the Tekken 8 closed beta test. Yesterday when I received the email, I was like, oh my god! I almost pop off at my workplace like, oh god. Whoa! Don't you dare slap me. Ooh. Nice. So this one is a monkey boss. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa, Nita. I hope you are very genki desu. Oh, I win the game. I'm wondering why are all these wannabe gangsters so focused on humping mothers? Don't they have better things to do than humping old ladies? Yeah, man. So many things better to do. Jeez. I'm gonna assume this is just like one big secret room. Alright. Ah, thank you, Nita. Oh, Nita, I'm very curious though. Do you speak Chinese? Because I've seen you rated to a few Chinese streamers. I'm kind of curious. Actually, scratch that, I'm mega curious. Did I die here? I did, right? Oh, I did. I died to the reviving thing, Archvile. I don't like why is the music so intense? Only some greetings I can speak. Ah, okay, okay. That's fair, that's fair. It's the thing! It's the meat man! Oh my god, why are you so fucking fast? Is it dead? Is it dead? Is it dead? Aha, take that. I'm so good. Gosh, how did they even make Super Shotgun so heckin' satisfying? You know, satisfying is one thing, but sometimes satisfactions die down after a while. But heckin' Super Shotgun doesn't... The satisfaction of Super Shotgun doesn't die down. That's the thing. I don't get it. It's so good. Like, wow. I love Chinese furries. Chinese furries are cool. Does that mean you love me though? I'm Chinese. 因为我也是华人呢。Whoa. Why are you bonking? I'm just saying I'm also Chinese. I mean, you're Chinese as well. Huh? Am I in... There's something here. That's a cool looking rock, by the way, very shiny. I like it. I like how shiny it is. Very shiny. Can I jump down? Oh my god, oh god, oh god. Wait, it doesn't kill. Mama. Yeah? 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 Yeah, that's right, that's right. I'm using it. Yeah, that's right, that's right. You think I'm not gonna use it? No. It's kind of hard to aim at them, no? Since they just keep moving around like that. But the thing is, they cannot shoot me. Oh. They speak Chinese, but they're Taiwanese? Yeah. I mean, yeah, Taiwan is also very Chinese now. You spamming? Oh! That's right. Shoot hoop. Shoot hoop. Shoot hoop. Oh! There's a cage. Stay in there. What is that sound? I don't recognize it. This hits? Damn, I didn't know sniping actually shoots through walls or floors. It hits! That's nasty, that's nasty, I love it. It's a sad day for them. Yeah, that feels good. I'm saving here. The floor hurts. I don't like that sound. Ooh. Ooh. Don't. You hit scanner? Don't do this. Don't do it. This is peak Doom game. Goom gameplay. Goom gameplay. It's fucking English is hard sometimes. Goom gameplay. Help. Hello, Spider Brain. Can you muddy? Oh, oh! Okay, let's not do that anytime. Oh god. Ow. Oh, I won. Okay, good. That amount of energy cell pack? Why did no one tell me about it? Invulnerability? Why did no one tell me about it? Wow, look at that. Life could have been so much easier. You know what? All good. I'm gonna save here. Peak gameplay rather than peak gameplay? Both. Hi, Azalea. Oh my god, that feels so good. Hey, 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 hey. What you gonna do about it, huh? What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? Oh, that feels so good. Hello? Yellow key? Oh god. I don't know what I'm looking at. Who? Oh! Please die, please die. Oh god! Woo! Okay. Wait, take this, take this. Oh my god, I'm so late on this. Take it. Oh. Hope you're doing good, Azalea. This one? And this one? Whoa! Okay, let's not waste that too much. Take one. Each is like 100? Gosh, I thought you yellow key though. There's no way they'll put secrets like this somewhere, right? I mean, that would be a little too stinky. Right? I mean, just a little stinky, I feel like. Whoa, wait, it doesn't hurt? Have been enjoying lurking. Nice, nice. Thanks for the lurk. Big appreciate. Whoa, that's weird. The floor doesn't kill me? Huh? Did I miss a yellow key here? Ow. Oh! Wow, okay. Hi? But! Oh my god! It's been a while, bud. I've seen you've been playing Final Fantasy 16 yesterday. How was it? And what were you playing just now? Hello. Hi. Gravity circuit? I don't know what that is.
Hello, and welcome.
Murphy Skunk, thank you. Also, welcome in everyone. Yeah. Mega Man X style game. Oh my god. I do kind of love Mega Man X. Although I didn't play any Mega Man games, but I do play Mega Man X3 and also Mega Man X6, 7, and 8. And I'm pretty sure it kind of stops there for the X series. Very fun, highly recommend. Ooh, I'll take a look afterwards. Hell yeah. Thanks for raid mod. Yeah, oh good. Also, welcome in everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting game and I do art occasionally. How's Doom 2 going? Well, a little jank because I keep dying, but all good. I'm learning. What the fuck? You what? You fuck, that is illegal. What the fuck? Oh! What the? Huh? Oh my god, this game is mean. Or rather, this stage is mean. I hate the intestines. Oh my god. Can't wait to go through these games again. Yeah, I went through Doom Eternal and then Doom 1 finished, now Doom 2. Doom 2 I've been doing like multiple sessions. And all the sessions are so fun. Although there are some places where I just got stuck for way too long and then just got a little impatient. Since I'm pretty bad at finding keys, I got lost pretty easily. But yeah, the game's still pretty fun. I love the game. It is especially fun when you have enough ammo and then you got a horde coming my way. It's like, yeah. Fun times ahead, right? Safe to say. And then you can never forget about the wall humping. the classic wall humping. That's what these games are all about, just unloading. Yeah. I swear to God, this game sometimes. God damn it. It's okay, I found a yellow key. I know what to do, I think. Where do I need the yellow key again? Ooh, I don't remember. Oh no. Oh wait, I have to jump down somewhere. This one? This floor doesn't kill me, it's so weird. Pillar in the lava area? This one, right? Yeah, I saw it. Thank you. Have you heard of the Doom mod that has you going through a spooky house at all? I don't think so. I'm still not like I'm not exploring the Doom mods or mods, I think. To be fair, I played my house.what as like my first ever Doom experience. And then I started playing all the Doom games. Yeah. It was good times. So you're telling me the reason I get this yellow key is to get multiple bullets? That's it? Huh? Huh? Where's the way forward? Oh god, I don't know how to look at the map. Oh god. Maybe there's someplace else that I need the yellow key for. Why do I hear enemy here? It's here? Come on, make some noise, monster. It's here, it's here. It's like right above me. Oh my god. What keys do I have so far? I have a yellow key. Oh, I'm blocking it there. Sorry. Although I have to say though, that this stage's secret is pretty clever. Because they're like quite obvious. And I like obvious secrets. I mean, not obvious, but they give hints on where the secret area is. I was trying to remember if there was a yellow or red at the level beginning. How do I get back again? Oh, okay. I love the fire blue walls of bitrate destruction. Yeah, I saw the VOD and it's like, the walls. Okay. Just you wait. Matira, go! Don't. What are you doing? What are you doing? Look at this shit. Thank you. Hi, Gwillem. I'm gonna find those secrets. I love the the grunt. Hope you're doing good, Gwillem. Second biggest meme of this game. Just breaks the bitrate. Don't worry about it. Oh, look at that! It's a yellow key. Okay. I don't trust this. I'm saving. I was right. What the fuck? I got slapped to fucking death. Oh, is this a fucking closet? God fucking damn it. Fuck. Can I be fast enough and just like... Kill! I'll do it again. You dare slap the board? There's at least 3 dragons in this chat right now. Oh! Ah! I'm stuck! God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. I mean, Double after is a good one. Tekken 8 is a lot more pixely than I thought it would be. I wanted to play Tekken 8, but I can only play Tekken 8 on July 28, 4 p.m. SGT. So yeah, it's gonna be a tomorrow thing. I want to play Tekken 8 too. Oh. Also, hi Lex. At least 3 dragons and several other bolts to cover with. Okay, let's do it. Wait. Wait. Get him! Kill! Before I get slapped to death. Yeah! Ooh. All good. Ah! Lunchtime lucky smirky. Okay. Have good lurk merp. And have good lunch. Why are there so many noises? I hate this. Why are there so many monster noises, huh? Yeah, we did it. The power of BFG. Too strong. BFG too strong. Why is this noise coming from here? I hate it. Come on, give it to me. There has to be one around here. There has to be. No? Okay, what did I accomplish? I got... red key. Yeah, I got red key. Yeah. And I think... around this part, I still have like one big energy cell pack that I can take. This one. Wait, is it on this one? Oh, it's this one. Oh wait, I took off them. Dang, I'm so greedy. I mean, can you blame me though? For being greedy? Oh! Just couple things. Okay, red key. Red? I don't remember seeing any red doors. Hmm? Clip the Revenant Cloud. Oh yeah, sure. Any clips are very appreciated. Yeah. And clips are great, honestly. I should clip more sometimes. Is there more in here? I mean, it kind of sounds like they're in here, no? Oh my god, I'm gonna go insane. Oh, this one hurts? Okay. Oh, this one hurts? Okay, so maybe water hurts but not the floor? Question mark? I don't even know anymore. And this one doesn't go down. This one sort of goes down. But I can just jump into this one. Isn't there like another one that I can sort of jump down? It's not this one. Doomguy is too thick for this. There's another one that I cannot jump down, not this one. Where is it? Where is it? This one? Oh, it's this one, but... Yeah, it's still too thick. Yeah, I honestly don't see where the red door is. If only I can find... If only I can understand the map. But my brain... It doesn't recognize what the map is. 6 out of 10 level design, 10 out of 10 meme. The fucking Revenant closet is so scary. First bone zone closet. I'm gonna cry. There's nothing. There's nothing here. Like, I hear monsters around this part. Hmm? It's from this area. Like this particular area, I guess? Yeah, they're very close to being here. But I cannot jump down. Can I? Can I? Come on, Doom guy, you can definitely just squeeze in there. Squeeze. Let's go squares. Squeeze. I hate you. Something here that I can do, maybe? I don't understand. I don't understand the map. Maybe there's more intestines area here. Blue, every time you're going to fire blue. You can love fire blue. Mmm. Instant potato. Look at that. The bitrate says goodbye. Gotta love fire blue, huh? Hi, Savior. I'm not dumb, am I? I mean, I kinda am, but still. Okay, let's not do that anytime soon, but maybe. Doom! It has to be down here, what do you mean? Okay, no. I don't see a single red door. Like, there's no red door. What do you mean? Not that I know of one. Get the wall, get the wall. Maybe you want it dark? Fire blue, fire blur. Fire blur. Fire blur. Here? Oh my god, 北大喊哦，路在哪里？我真的不懂啊。好像 feel like I've been everywhere, right? No? That's the... I'm trying to understand map. Okay, give me a second. And this is closet. Okay, that's the closet. This is where I came from. This is the big one. So it has to be somewhere around here. Am I missing something? Is that it? Okay, yeah. So, nothing else here? What's here? Oh, this one just goes to fire blue. Did they sneak fire blue into Doom Eternal as a bit of a meme? I don't think they did. Nay, but they did in Nightmare Reaper. Nightmare Reaper. Damn, I should play the game then. Matira, kung mana saya pergi? I don't even see a red door anywhere. Yeah, I'm not scared. What, you think I'm scared of that? that was that was so fast. Fuck. Hey, yo, it's 5:44. Like, where did I go? I need to finish this stage first. It's almost time for badminton. Oh my god. Where do I go? I don't know where to go. I love every time Leon is here. Everyone just asks Leon for help. Leon, help! Yes, perhaps what I did. Reminder. Okay, thanks. I mean, I do love gaming though. Like, gaming. Everyone just asks for Leon's help. Was there a red door in the spider section? Spider section is here, right? Thanks for helping her. Thanks for helping me, Leon. Thank you. You're the best, Leon. Red door, red door. You look seamed. Maybe down here? This is the spider section, right? Yeah, this is the spider. Look at that, there's corpse of spooders. And inside here has no red. Yeah, inside here is no... Oh, fuck, it's the fire blue again. Well, goodbye, bitrate. Why is it specifically fire blue? Is the question. Why is it specifically fire blue? Ow. Bye bye bits. The bit rate. What if I do this? For like 5 seconds. I mean, of course the footage is gonna be fine, but like my OBS is gonna be fine. But on Twitch side, I don't know about that. Gonna love fire blue. Unless there's like a red door here. I need to finish the stage. Treat it as like some sort of ritual, I guess. I mean, it's not ritual, but I just want to finish the stage. It's like I'm gonna be here for like an hour. Yeah, 41 minutes, close enough. Leon, help! Did I shoot this? You! You mother... I'm mad pissed. I'm so mad right now. You have no idea how mad I am. God damn it! Buddy, can you not? Ugh! What did I save? I mean, I saved here, but I still accomplished nothing. But now at least I know where to go. To Fire Blue we go. Oh! Okay. I still don't know the timing. To Fire Blue we go. Alright, safe here. Rockets, maybe? Yeah. You! I'm pissed. I will strangle. I will strangle the thing. What do you call Archfiend? You little shit. Explosion! Apa kamu buat? Let's go. Is there more? Sounds like there's more. Make us feel. Oh my god, I hate the stage! Oh! Wow! For a rocket launcher, holy shit! This stage is ruthless, what can I say? Oh, wait, oh god, I don't like that. What the fuck is that texture? Yeah, I don't like it. You know, it all worked out. Oh my god, is that it? I am the best, let's go. Alright, I'm so good. I totally did not die multiple times in this stage, haha. 36 minutes. Plus 6 minutes. That was like 42 minutes. All good. Alright. The what? I'm already stuck at first. I mean, I'm not surprised at this point. Let me save here. Let me walk forward. Okay, well, I'm gonna wait until next time when I play this shit. There's so many hit scanners. All good, I saved. Look, the next time I play, it'll be I'm here. I don't know what's going on. There'll be a future me problem. I don't care right now. Jeez. There will be a future me problem. Now, it's not my problem. The living end. You're eating the living end. Oh, is that the stage name? Living end? The living end, though. Gosh, this game is so much fun. Albeit sometimes, like that stage just now, that was shit. Look, but you leave now and you forfeit your body count. What do you mean, body count? What does the game mean by body count? Okay, I have to be fast. And that closet. That closet is just something else, to be honest. Jesus. It scares shit out of me. Okay. I have to be quick. Because it's already 6. I'm gonna cry. It's already 6. I have to go badminton at 8. It's like, I haven't eaten dinner yet. Don't worry about me lagging. Do you guys know what's the best music? Do you guys know? I know. Let me open it up. One-hand village themes? Okay, those are really good as well. Yeah, those are really heckin' good. Hey, you know how good they are? I downloaded them and I put them on my car. Okay, let's start with loop 3. The stanky organ pipe. This is loop 3. I love the fart noises. Bye bye. Thanks for stream. Yeah, thank you for hanging out with me. Appreciate all of you. It's been a while since we raided Premium Daddy, right? A Filipino giraffe? Unmetal? I'm gonna rate premium. All good. Not brain out. I don't care about brain anymore. Kobo doesn't need brain. Kobo needs gems. Yeah. 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 Look. Bring this out, okay? I'm just gonna summon Bernie and that's it, okay? A heckin' Rav, yeah. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Yeah, I just summoned Bernie. Why? Oh, thanks, Lex. Yeah, I have my... It's not Twitter anymore, by the way. It's X. And I fucking hate it. It's so stupid. Why is Twitter X now? The word that's so easily associated with porn. It's like Twitter becoming X. I don't get it. Did you beat Doom 2? Not yet. But I beat a lot of stages today. Also, welcome back. Rebranding galore. It's the dumbest shit ever. I don't even understand. So what if I'm gonna tweet something? Well, not tweet anymore. Am I gonna X? I'm gonna X the tweet. I'm gonna X. Z. Z. You know the answer, right? Ooh. I mean, I'm pretty dense when it comes to stuff like this, so. I don't know, I just feel like it's so dumb. Like, am I gonna seed something now? I'm gonna go make a zeet. No more tweet. Tweaks? Tweaks! but then again, tweet is sort of associated with birds. Maybe that doesn't work. Tweaks? It's too Twitter sounding. It has to be Zeet. Zeet. God, it's just so dumb. I'll still be on Twitter. I don't care. Until Twitter burns down, which I think it's kind of impossible. It's just so. I don't know when. Oh, you know. Yeah, all good. I'm not even gonna talk about that too much because, well, it's like goodbye tweet, hello X, I guess. It hurts. Elon was kicked off the board of PayPal when they wanted to rebrand it as X.com in the 90s. This is just him being petty and oh my god, literal child. So he's just doing it to spite PayPal. Oh my god, that's so childish. And I'm childish. I love fart jokes. Jesus. He's just doing it to spite PayPal. Oh my god. Okay, well. That's good and bad to know. That is oh my, that is actually mega childish. My brain cannot comprehend. Also like stinky. I'm gonna type in the rate to premium daddy. Give me a second. Premium daddy. There. It's been a while since I last these days I'm so fucking busy with the shop closing stuff. It's so tiring. And I don't even get a chance to really just lurk at someone else's channel. Or like, I can lurk, but I cannot really just like, I cannot really chat as much, right? It's almost like every time I need to go out, and I just like open up Twitch and it just like choose a few channels and just like live it there. Didn't even get the chance to talk. It's like, I feel out of touch a little bit. I feel a little bit out of touch, which is kind of sad, but it's okay. Once everything's settled down, I'm gonna be on Twitch a little bit more, hopefully. So yeah, before the tomorrow, tomorrow is just gonna be Tekken 8. Although Tekken 8 is gonna start at 4 p.m. SGT, they say, Singapore time. For whatever reason they use Singapore time, but hey, Singapore time is like same. On Twitch a little bit more. On Twitch a little more. That is very specific. Yeah, they use SGT. 4 p.m. instead of saying GMT plus 8. Yeah. Look, Evie, if you want to look at my beans, you can just ask. Oh, good. Interesting, right? SGT instead of GMT plus 8. I was like, SGT? Is that Singapore? It's like, yeah, that is truly Singapore. Beans. Okay, so tomorrow, 4 p.m. I'll play Tekken 8, but before that, I'll probably play some like small games. Hey, Stargate time. Hey, yo. Stargate? Oh my god. Stargate sounds kinda cool though. Okay, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Yeah. Now that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Alright? Here comes the raid to Premium Daddy. Did I copy down? Did I? I did. I mean, I don't know if giraffes has shinies. I'm pretty sure most creatures have shinies to some extent. I bet Premium does. I mean, the name is pretty shiny already. Premium? Premium sounds shiny. Oh my god. Yeah, Premium sounds shiny. I'm already thinking what to do tomorrow. And I'm already keep thinking about Tekken 8. I am too excited. Combos are reading all your giraffe shinies. Okay, I'm using that one. Oh, hi Pinky. Go yip bongo. You need to go yip bongo. I forgot, you know, go yip bongo. Also, see you all tomorrow. Yeah. Be safe everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye. Love y'all.